Hello, good morning. Oh, I should change this. I always use this person a lot, so let me copy them. Copy link. Put it on my BGM thing. Whatever. I'll just do this. Save. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Hello, Lillin. Good morning, good morning. Good morning. Let me just put something here. And let me also... I'm doing laundry right now, so I might in the middle have to to hang the laundry. But yeah. Maybe I should put this up there. Right. Let me do it like this. Oh, whatever. I'll change it later, one day. Wait. I'm trying to fix something. Doing some stylistic choices. Give me a bit. Okay, I'll do this. Save. It's such a nice summer song. I like this song. Nice summer. Okay, there. Let me also do something. Wait, give me. What is this? What is the window shortcut for something? Oh, here it is. People who don't know, if you have a Windows, you can like have a history of your clipboard, which is so great. Oh, there is. Hello. Tune upbeat. It's also summer feeling. Except it's really hot right now. It's like 24, but it's gonna be maximum like 29 or 30 degrees today. And I'm like, this is still April, right? We are still in spring, right? But I just woke up. I slept at 12-ish and woke up at 10-ish. That's like 9+ hours. But just in case I'm sleepy, I have some cafe latte with me, which I probably shouldn't have. I should have had it iced. Wait, I can still fix this. Everyone, wait. Wait. No, I put water in my cup already. Wait. No. Let me get some ice. Let me get some ice and put this really hot cafe latte in there, and then it could be iced cafe latte. Give me some. Wait, making iced latte. ice container right now. Oh, hello, by the way. I have an ice container. I have a really hot cafe latte. Am I gonna spill? Go! Wait, I need more ice. Ice is gonna melt all at once. I need more ice. Got it. Good job. Okay. So you can hear ice. Ah, that's nice. Like, what the heck was I thinking? Making hot ice latte? Or no, sorry. What the heck am I saying? Ice. No wait. What? Darn it. Hot latte. In summer. I mean spring. It's still spring. Oh yeah, so people who just came, I'm doing laundry right now. I might have to, in the middle, like, fold the laundry. I say fold laundry, but I'm just doing the sheets, so it shouldn't take that long. It's not done yet, right? Wait, is it done yet? Anyway, it's okay. I always have like 5 to 10 minutes of random small talk and whatever the heck in the beginning. Weather here in Portugal is nuts. It was raining heavily for 2 weeks. And then high temps for a week, and now it's cold and snowing and so what? Global warming, no. Almost done, but not done. If anyone hears a beep beep beep, that will be my laundry. Oh. Okay, right. I have to respond to someone. Okay. I guess we can start randomly. Where was I? I have to recap for everyone while we have nice BGM. Recap last time was Inspector Gregson was there and he died in this mysterious room that had barely any furniture, if not no furniture. And the one found, oh, people who obviously don't want to listen to this, you probably should not listen to this. I think I kind of mentioned it though, but it's in the title. It's the Twisted Karma Last One Investigation Part 2, so. And then Von Karma was there for some reason with a gun that belonged to him or something, and he picked it up for some reason. Why would you pick up what murder weapon if you found a dead body? Like, why would you do this? But okay, anyway. And then after that, what happened after that? After that, so he's a main suspect. It's like, oh, it's the Reaper. He killed this guy, Inspector. It's obviously him. He was the only one in the room. And something about 2 gunshots or whatever, but like it kind of matched up, but it kind of didn't match up. And then there was these 3 witnesses on the outside that were selling, like poor people selling goods, like, what is it, firecrackers and whatever the heck. And turns out one of those guys was actually under secret orders by Gregson to be undercover and to, pretend to be Gregson at another place to give him an alibi for something. And I'm like, what? What is Gregson? He willingly gave his badge to some random, some guy for his alibi? What was he doing undercover? Like, what? And Von Karma was there because he and Gregson usually meets in that secret room or something like that. I don't remember exactly what that part was about. And then Gregson is probably doing uncovering some giant mystery or something. or a scandal or conspiracy, and that's why he was probably killed. I don't know. And then after that, Kazuma's like, it was me, Kazuma. Actually, no, wait, he was already Kazuma. He was like, this guy, the professor or something, was a serial killer back then. It was my father, and it's terrible. And now I need to figure out the truth behind all this and whatever the heck. And that was, I think that's basically it. Yep. Okay. End of recap. And I just did that recap like 5 minutes before this. So yeah. Anyway, that is that. Now I can start. Oh, hello. Good morning. I am pretty awake today because I slept 9 to 10 hours, or maybe more 9 hours. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I press play. Okay, wait. It's gonna come on. Capture. Although, really soon, I will need to bring in my laundry. Really soon. Oh wait, no. It's still it's the flinging water out of the laundry phase right now, so it's still okay. Okay, stop. The nice BGM. Very nice BGM. Too bad. We will go serious BGM now. Serious. Man, it has been forever. Anyway, I did a recap within the last 5 minutes. I think you can skip back to previous one. But anyway, I put a recap there in case no one remembers, because I definitely don't remember. Because it's been, how long has it been? A month, maybe? Let me check. I want to check. It has been. Where is it? Did I do it on Twitch last time? Oh no, I did it on YouTube. Oh, it's been a month and like 2 weeks. Okay. Here we are. Today. Oh, wait, what the heck? Wait, something's wrong. Oh, okay, never mind. Is the BGM too loud? Oh wait, it's gonna be really loud though. Okay, Twisted Karma is Last Bell Investigation Part 2. Wait, something's wrong with my chat. No, it's okay. Okay. Also, I don't remember any of the voices because it's been too long. Home sweet. Wait, the volume is too low. Is it too low? Wait, skip. Sorry, Susato, sorry. No, I turned it this low because of something. Oh well. If it's way too low, let me know. Wait, what did she say? Wait. What? Oh look at this recap from before. Professor, the most hated killer in my country's history, and I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over, is what the guy said. And that's why he quit. Okay, thank you for the recap. Oh man, thanks for the recap. Yeah. Visual was with the guy, the prison warden guy. Yeah. Wretched doctor. All of them bound by invisible chains. Yep, okay. Oh, I just got the Apollo Justice Collection last week and finished the first game. Wait, it's out? Oh. Well, I mean, I still can't play it yet because I'm still doing this one. What did I just say just now? I still can't quite believe what just happened. Where's the BGM? Where's the BGM? It's on. Actually, it does sound too low. I'm gonna bring it up. Volume mixer. Okay, I'm gonna bring it up. Tell me if it's how it is later. Okay, I'll put it at 10. That's okay, right? I know, I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to a hospital to recover. Oh, creepy music. Kind of. This is okay, right? I think it's okay. Right. Oh, thank you, Rika. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit— Thank you, recap again. Attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Because he let the mass murderer escape. That makes sense. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark? I wonder. Well, your lawyer's job is to find the truth. And to, get the truth out of everyone. I say you did a good job. What's the word? I validate your actions. Bruno! Oh, Iris. You're miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Wait, what time is it now again? Is it like right after the court session? Probably. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Holmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave." I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. No, Gregson! Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. But the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. I don't know, it depends on the case. Maybe there is. What does that mean? You mean the fact that why he didn't never tell her, Iris, that her father is dead? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. But that's what I like about Hurley after all. I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Everyone, all the journalists and writers and everyone always has a deadline. Super close. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Holmes. In case you need it as collateral? What? I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Wait, why? Now then, my dear fellows. Let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Investigative part. Do we need to examine anything? I don't think so. There's nothing of interest usually. Okay. Not like last time where I had to effing click every single button in every single scene and it turns out it was that book. Or something I missed. So how did it go in court this morning? Terrible. Terrible. Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened. But one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. I believe in my client. He is innocent until he is proven guilty. And then I don't believe in my client. Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma, personal development, unrelated to you. Yes, it's quite clear now. That Kazuma-sama is not himself. I don't know, I mean, I think that is him. I'm pretty sure that is him. Maybe it's his true self you just never noticed. Girl, you were so blinded. But that was actually him. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. Yeah, that's him. He's possessed to know the truth. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. Until it involves him and his emotions and his father. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I think it's pretty obvious, but okay. He maybe, you know, he needs to clear his father's name, or he needs to figure out what's going on with his father. He can't stand his father being a mass murderer. He wants to believe in him. Maybe he wants to uncover truth. I could have been any of those, but okay. I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. You can try. You can try to empathize. I support that. Whether Kazuma lets you or not is a different question. The Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see? If his alibi. What? The day before? Oh, wait, was that what it was? I forgot. Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely? Oh, rigor mortis. Yes, you would expect so. But curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report because it was all a scam. I mean, not a scam. It was all forged. There's something going on. That is curious. Wait, wouldn't that mean that the forensic department possibly is the one that murdered possibly Gregson? And they're like, we don't know the time of death. Ha 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 ha. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks though, aren't there? What do you mean? I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Oh yeah, Van Zieks never answered that question. He's like, I will not tell you, even if I'm guilty. Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? Wait, who was it? It was Van Zieks, right? He's saying Van Zieks is inspecting, right? Yeah, okay. And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. Ha ha ha. But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? He was investigating him! Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Yeah, what is he trying to discover? Gregson's movements. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well... Wait, sorry, wrong voice. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. You mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Holmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. How does he pretend to be like him, though? When they look different, but okay. Maybe just the mustache. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Oh, right. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. I guess alibis weren't a thing back then. No, wait, that has to have been a thing back then. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do with that. Something to do that he wished to keep secret. Yeah, we all figured that. I figured that a month and a half ago. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Maybe it was hot sauce. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Okay. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Holmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Holmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Why does she know which one it is? Ah, it's Saint Sinners. Ooh. Wait, that sounds familiar. Isn't that the one from the other case? I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Maybe it's a weekend in Japan where every single doctor's office is closed. Because, oh no, every single hospital is closed except certain ones because they like to have Saturdays and Sundays off. So if you're injured or whatever, have a medical emergency on Saturday, Sunday, you better figure out which hospital is actually open. Ha ha ha. Although I think hospital might be open. I think it's the clinics that are closed. I don't remember. It was one of those. That's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already. Yeah, it's only one day. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. I hope I'm saying that correctly. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. If you're a scientist, it's okay. Maybe. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. Thank you for so much recap, man. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Grexy? But why? For his alibi. We said this 5 minutes ago? I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. That's okay, I'm still a good person. Including you, Runo. Wait, so much for that. I created my own flag. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. And we're done here. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Ars, you're even more enthusiastic today than usual. Today. Anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson, or Watson, I guess in this case, shooting iron will soon set them straight. Isn't that a gun? Water pistol? Okay, it wasn't iron. Thank God. It's stuffed full of piping hot extra special blend of mine. I mean hot sauce? And I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Holmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. Yes. Okay. The BGM is so lighthearted now. Oh. Well, let's go to Lord Chief Justice's office first. Second of November, British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. Oh man, I forgot Kazuma-sama's voice. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. You never did know when to back down. Whisper, whisper. We were not eavesdropping. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Nothing to say. Kazuma. Oh, he didn't say anything. He just left. He left without saying a word. Yes. What are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Von Zeke's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. He's hiding something, too. Unwelcome inquiries? Was it inquiries? I don't know how to say that. It's one of those. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43. You're the one counting that part. That's you. That's on you. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. 3 hours, why 3? And a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Oh wait, oh, because it was 50 something. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. Need information. Converse. Reaper, why do you want this concluded? Suspicious? Does Prosecutor Asuki believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful, close trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. For the next trial he fought, he lost. He met the ringleader of a criminal organization, was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. What does that mean again? Was it blackmail or something? But that's awful! The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Aw man, Reaper stuff. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Why do you know that, Susato? Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believe Lord Van Zieks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. My laundry's done, by the way. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons. Oh, I guess people use that sometimes. Perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hands of the Reaper. 16! It's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Why they want Van Zieks to be the Reaper? So people will fear him? So they don't commit crimes or something? Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Let me do my laundry right after I finish this area. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professors. The trial of Genshin Asuki? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks has condemned now, looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. I don't know if he wants to avenge him. I think he wants to know the truth. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Azuma is? To find the truth. I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As well, with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. Or that analogy only. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Fire him, obviously. What else could there be? Not something with which you need to concern yourself. I do, he's my friend. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Oh. That's that then. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time! I know, man. I hope you told them that you're gonna be late. And I hold you entirely responsible. Ha! We were the last 5 minutes, man. The rest was Kazuma and everything else. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asuki? I keep saying professor for some reason. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Why? Now go! You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Oh, and we are done here. Let's go to see him at once. Mr. Naruhodo. She changes the way she talks to me depending on whether there are people around. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Okay, wait. I need to do laundry. I mean, hang up my laundry. Give me a second. And by a second, I mean you'll hear random stuff. Let me hang my laundry while the sun is still out. I need to put my laundry. In 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Music. See? 5 minutes because we have a bed sheet. What's this? I think inside. What if I... There. Doing laundry. Sun is shining. It's very nice. I need to laundry. I have a Pokemon of like blanket. I don't know. There's like this random flap of it. I don't know what's like a mini pocket. I don't know why I would need it. washed my electric blanket or electric blanket thing. I hope it's okay. Just threw it in the washing machine. I washed it with the blanket mode. Hey, all done. All done. Anyway, here it doesn't matter if you're gaming, reading, whatever. If the weather is good, laundry must be done. I would say it's laundry. There are these. What is it? There are these bricks, or like this building is kind of old or something. So there's these like. I think that's the reason. There's these like really tiny red, very tiny, like almost like dust-sized red bugs. And when you squish it, because I tried squishing it, it like there's like this orange or red dye that like comes off of it. So I have a laundry machine, right? It's really hot and sunny right now. I squished it and then like this red dye doesn't come off if I squish it. And I'm like, that means I can't squish it because that's terrible. Also, it's very small, so I'm scared that, you know, it's on my balcony, right? My washing machine also. So like, I don't want to hang it outside because it looks like they'll go everywhere on sunny days, and I don't want it to be on my laundry when I bring it inside because then they'll be inside. And so that's why I hang everything inside right now. But they only show up on sunny, summer-ish days, which apparently April now is summer. So yeah, I hate bugs. Always live in a city that has a new building. God. I don't know. According to my landlord, it's because the building material is old, and on sunny days they somehow just come out. I'm like, what kind of thing is this? But okay, anyway, I can continue now. Thanks for being there while I'm doing laundry. Okay, let me get rid of my doing laundry text. Okay. Ah. Yeah. I want to play Apologists too. I've never played that one. I played the first three with you know, the present day Naruhodo, but not the second one. So once I'm done with Great Ace Attorney, this one, I want to play that one. That's my goal. Where should I go first? Let's go to prison. Also, I love all these like mystery stuff. I love mystery games. So I like those. And an Ace Attorney will never end, so yeah. 2nd November, local prison, cell 1. You think he'd be having like he's a noble, right? You think he'd have like a nicer jail. Like, you know, like an actual room that you can't escape. It doesn't have to be a jail, it'd just be like a room that you're under house arrest or something. You think it'd be that, but whatever. No, I'm terrified of cockroaches. I don't care if they're smaller than me, they're way too durable to my taste. Yes. First time I've seen a cockroach was Japan, and it was terrible. I can give that story another time, though. Another time, remind me about that. Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look. Wait. She's saying Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look. It's like an animal. It's like, hey, look at that animal in the zoo over there. That bat. It's eating something. It's kind of like what they're doing. Look at this image of them staring at him while he's in a cell. Look, that animal is eating. Look at it. Anyway. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? Oh man, that's what animals in the zoo probably think as well. But you must have noticed that we're here, surely. Just like the animals. They just don't care. You're one of the many. What is his voice again? What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyers who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? It's like they're surprised they're surprised he knows how to read. I know, right? Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? It's BGM! Also, I brought the mic closer to my mouth. I don't know, maybe it helps. Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh man, it's like their mom. Oh man, my child has manners. He can behave. Oh, The fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. Yeah, Mom and Dad is proud of you, Vanziks. I must say, I was impressed. Oh? Well, thank you. Obviously it's not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. We all knew that was coming. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? We all knew that. We all knew that. I knew that. Oh, now it's a sad BGM. No, I want you to be fearless. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. See, I knew it. It was like it's like the Death Note Kita type of thing. You know, if you commit crime, you might randomly die from a heart attack or a mysterious illness in the prison. Well, time to not commit crime. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you! Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. It's the Black Organization from Detective Conan. No, just kidding. Oh, it's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all these accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Insider, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. I still think it's a forensic people. Unless it's actually Gregson. Don't tell me it's actually Gregson. No, I don't think Gregson's gonna do it. I still believe in Gregson. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Wait a minute. I just said I believed in him. That flag was fast. Tobias Gregson. No! But he was a good guy. No! Gregson, the Reaper. What? No, I believed in you. I believed in you, Gregson. So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intend to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I thought we were friends! Well, actually no, I thought Gregson and Van Zeeks was friends at some point. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregson? That he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh! He was a tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing a suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. What? Already? What? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Although it's an organization, but... Or, if I can name the woman. Wait, don't tell me it's the wife of Mr. Vigil. And she's like, my husband had never did any work. I don't care. It's great alibi. Or maybe she actually knew the whole time. She's a young woman by the name of Asashin. Who is that again? Well, it sounds like a Japanese name though. Wait a minute. Wait, I just realized. I think Asashin is assassin, and oh my god, that pun in English. Wait, I want to know the Japanese version now though. Wait, I want to know the Japanese version. Wait, I'm gonna. Wait, no, wait. What should I do? I should. Where's the language? Do we have all these stuff before? That's a lot more than I thought. I think I'm gonna go back to story mode. Progress to the game automatically without having to press any buttons. The questions, answers, questions, presentation of evidence, etc. are all handled on your behalf. No, why would I do that? Okay, wait. I need to go back to the title. I'll try it. Don't save. Yes. That pun was a... I can't believe that pun. I was like, oh, it's a Japanese name because it's Asa. I'm like, and Shin. I'm like, wait a minute. Options. Language. Nihongo. Okay. It's okay, I can read it. Let me just see what it said. What's her name? Sasha? Why Sasha? その名前は分かっている。なんですってそれが死神の正体でございますね。バンジクス、あるいは女神。女神かもしれん。女神？Goddess？ 名前はアン・サシャ。アン・サシャ。若い女なのだ。It's An Sasha is the name. Wait, I want to see the rest of the pun. Sasha. Sasha だって。Wait, what's Sasha? は？アン・サシャ。それが恐ろしい。殺人者の本名。Oh wait, was that her name? Was that her name? Okay, wait. Let me go back to English now. We now know it's Sasha. It's An Sasha. Wait, do I have like a list of people still? Is she in here? Yeah, I guess not. You think they have everyone, but I guess not. Okay, wait. Can I go back? Go back. Don't save. English. Okay. Load. Sheen. Did they say her name was Sheen? Oh man, that was years ago. Miss Asashin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Oh, I guess we talked about her before. I just totally forgot her name then. I like legit forgot this whole pun. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, she was killed. The mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Oh, wait, that means that she hasn't been there for a while then. She has her own alibi. She legit was in Japan for like a while. Which means the Reaper didn't do anything recently. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father. Because Iris doesn't know it, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Asashin. I should let father know at once. It's gonna take months to get there. Oh wait, no. He's in the country. Never mind. Yes, I agree. Prosecutor Asogi. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. Or was. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. Well, actually, it was also because he died, too. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Oh, that's awkward. Ha ha ha. I was reminded. You're reminded of your serial killer father, but okay. Genshin Asuki, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. What is this? He did something for the greater good type of thing? Ah, I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponies have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. You saved your life? How did that happen? Saving your life. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! And then he just happened to have a sword around, but okay. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks. It's alright, we got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint will never forgive me. It was Asoki's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Wait, how did y'all not die? But okay. There was like many of them, right? And you had a sword only. 2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever. The Professor. Why didn't you name him the Professor? How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, maybe Japan does. I don't know if Britain wants it to be exposed though. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Yeah. Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. We have also many other places to go. And we're done here. Hello, in some ways, this place seems to rather suit Lord Van Zieks. Oh dear, did I say that out loud? Hello. You're saying he's suited for prison. Oh. I guess we'll go back. real quick. Since we mentioned it already. 2nd November, Great Waterloo Hotel. Wire. I thought it yesterday, and I'll think it again. I think it again today. This place is so princely. Is it the Prince Hotel? Or will be the Prince Hotel? It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. Hot tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say? Oh, look we have here! This is an unexpected pleasure. Who is this? Okay. Oh, father. Ooh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely! Lovely. What a charming young lady. And you are? Oh, really? So you're the author of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? That queen! Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. I hope everyone told him that she doesn't know about her father, but okay. Susie's been a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know? Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Holmes, you know, father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, Miss Young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. For what? For what? Oh, the jury thing? Or the trial? Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. I have talent, and really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten? Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? What did you say? I don't remember. But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Oh yeah, he was here. He won't be a big figure, would he? Oh, he probably would tell us about, I don't know, the trial 10 years ago, probably. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. But he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks who was in the dock today. That was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe. That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here? Exactly. Someone by the name of Asashin, in fact. Oh man, that name still is... Oh my god. I beg your pardon? Did you just say Asashin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no, a friend of yours was killed. Darn it, shut up. Shut up, Dad. Nope, that's not the time to mention this now. Professor Ikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. You'd be like, what are you talking about? It's her father. because the friend the professor's talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Oh, he just stopped talking a lot. I thought he'd be like, what are you talking about? It's my dear friend. Don't you remember Wilson? Oh, wait, are we gonna talk about it? We're gonna talk about it? Ah, I've just remembered something. Oh, okay, she's gonna bring Iris away. Okay. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. Iris, let's go, right? I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes. You just tried to leave me behind. Okay. Now we can discuss. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Holmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply in debt to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Humane University 4 years ago. And who knows, he died. Ha 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 ha. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Red Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case. Wait, maybe that's why she was in Japan, too, also. She could have killed the Natsume Soseki guy. And then it'd be like, hey, the Reaper! Also crosses borders, because he died in Japan as well. Anyway. Wait, that was weird. I just heard like a weird crow, just like that. But okay. But it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. Right? Ah, okay. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back with cinnamon biscuits! Oh, they smell delicious, Iris! I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Didn't hear anything, right? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Judge Jigoku. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty, ha 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 ha! That guilty is still ringing in my ears. No. Now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself? Yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Cosmo's father. Seishido was trying to mitigate Genshi's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify, but he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness's stand. Oh my! Nice, he broke it. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted, and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Yes, talking of Seishido, or speaking, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. You're not gonna enter this in the court record, right? Look how awkward Yunosuke is. Oh, what a lovely picture. It certainly seems to shout, we've arrived in Britain. Wait, what? Wait, why is this in the court record? Why would I ever need this? Why do I need this? Why do I need this? For evidence in the trial sometime. What? But okay. Maybe it's our alibi. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No, that's so true. Wait, what was coming? A favor. I haven't watched actual Sherlock, so... Wait, which one is it? There's a bunch of them, though. If it's the one on Netflix or whatever, I haven't watched it. Was it Netflix? Maybe not, it was. Or there. Maybe it's not that one. Oh well. So you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. Huh? Wait, what? You want me to do... What? Father, what's the meaning of this? What about me? What about Susato? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. Oh man, I feel so needed. I'm so needed by the country. Ah, man. I'm so proud of myself. But also, I haven't even been a defense lawyer for a year. Like, what the heck? Like, are you sure? I get a promotion within like less than a year? Like, I hope I get good salary, right? I get lots of money for this, right? It should match my pay. My pay rate, my pay should match my position, right? So, you'll be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? Yeah, what's she supposed to do? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh, yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Hey, no, don't bet on me now. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment in this matter also. Oh, okay, that doesn't sound that bad. It's not that he didn't care as much that he's letting her, giving her freedom. Hopefully, that's what that means. Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand? A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. He legit said urgently come back, but okay. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright. You won't leave? Will you, Runo? God, let's bring her with us. Let's bring her with us to Japan. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Actually, no, it's probably visa problems. If they even have visas back then. Actually, no, they probably did. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... Where does that leave me? Just do whatever I want. Do whatever you want. Well, someone says they have hopes for you as a defense lawyer and they're giving you a lot of pay and promotion, so I would go with that option. Unless Britain pays me more to stay as a defense lawyer. That works too. Maybe the pound is better than the yen. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. I'm just a substitute for Kazuma. Asashi, who said that? Asashi, of course. It's so obvious. Oh, him. I could have neglected to consider the possibility before now. Mr. Holmes. Really? Where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all, Susato, and you say you're a fan. How would you have not noticed your idol sitting in the same table as you? No matter, no matter. Wait, no matter, no matter. Anyway, 2 more pressing concerns. Mr. Nadhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. You could just go with Mikoto, but he was right there. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Go talk with Mikoto ba. Well... My father has just left now to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. Holmes is a play on Holmes? Yeah, it's... They changed the name up. But in Japanese, they say Holmes. Like, legit, just Sherlock Holmes, so I just say Holmes. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Holmes. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see this is sent. Do you have a beard? I don't remember now. I will, but what is it? Why don't you just talk with him? No questions at this time, if you please, Mrs. Sato. All we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is alright. Not correct. Doesn't that imply that deductions are normally correct, Mr. Holmes? If no, then... Well, which isn't exactly. Now then... You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide beneath settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. That's what you're doing? That's joining us for tea man. Oh. So he was eavesdropping. He does look like Kakashi. He does. I changed his outfit as well. The Japanese-ish outfit. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. What's it say? Wait a minute, Mr. Holmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind too. Darn it. Now we have to pay for him. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call the cab straight away. Whoa. That was fast. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Holmes' bills. Oh darn, I have to pay for it now. Do we need to visit this place? Oh, I guess we do. 2nd November, room on Fresno Street. This is the scene of the crime. Actually, I don't think there's anything left. Yeah, there's probably nothing left. It didn't say we need to go there, so let's go to Mr. Vigil. 2nd November, again. St. Sinner's Hospital. Ward 3. I've been to this room. We've been to this room. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things, you'd obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to him. Good. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just deserts? Or 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. Who was it then? I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, can you tell us exactly what really happened? Lol. He was like, I'm sorry to talk about your past, but tell us exactly what happened in detail. I need to get all this off my chest. Didn't you just talk to Kazuma already? I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Okay, let's see what he has to say. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations. I would take his identification and impersonate him. Pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. What the heck is a hoo-ha? Promotion? Just something to leave an impression so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed an inspector's identification around. It was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of being a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. The following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on 17th June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was not one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. There was one notable exception, okay. Or loophole. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. Wait, what was it? The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. Wow, that is loophole. So the coroner could just lie and then they'd be alive inside. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. Oh, so they were what, working together then? I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. Wow, no witnesses really? On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. Just to make sure he didn't see it, right? I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained a live body? A living body? Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Low Gate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. It kinda sucked. It's like, oh man, I made all this bribery, I had executed this whole plan, keep him alive, and then some random guy just shot him in the cemetery. And he died. It's like, wow. Failure of my plan. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't have possibly escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. Or bribed or blackmailed or something. And that somebody was not me. The convict Asogi. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being deeply struck by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? Guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. That's not an answer. That's kind of an answer, but not an answer. Yes, that was like I took someone's life. It may have not been those 5, but the following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Okay, so there was a will involved, okay. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Who brought it to him? His last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see? What kind of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, He was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. Wait, water. Okay. Whew. Powers that Powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? A weapon, you would think? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Huh? That is weird. Not even just weapons? Specifically, no pens or paper. So he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him? Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. Why did you just hide behind your back? Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then. But what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Who do you send it to? Where is it then? How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, maybe it was actually not a will, maybe it was like an escape plan or something. It just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? Someone was there. Someone gave him the paper, obviously, and they took it away. It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. The will's disappearance. I was the only person who saw Asugi's will, but somehow it disappeared because someone gave him the paper and pen. It was after Asugi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asugi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. Maybe he's one of the warden people then. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaiden was livid. He was screaming, "It cannot disappear completely." Wait a minute. What do you mean it can't have disappeared completely? That means he knew about the will. That means it was him who was the one who gave him the pen and paper. See, I knew it. See, well actually, I knew it before Susato did, okay? That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh yes, you're right. Yes, Yunosuke, you were so slow. Keep up with the times. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was Asugi papers. Because it probably wasn't a will. Asugi papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I've forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. No, tell us. Everything apparently is relevant to the case. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. We will leave. Thank you again. Well, but what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. Woo! sounds terrible. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Although I'll probably never see you again. You'll be in jail. Ah! What? Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? Oh, that scared me. What is it? The Asogi papers. What about them? I'll be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Why? Presumably for some good reason? Why? Tell me why. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. We will have to uncover this. If it became known that I'd remembered, he might die? Well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. Well, you won't be in jail, you'll be dead, I guess. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. It's probably not a will then. He always, gave the excuse saying that it's a will. I wonder. Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. That's what I think too. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. The jail guy, right? And we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Okay. So many places to go! Let's go. November, Barclay Prison. Governor's office. The one with the weird clock and guillotine. Actually, the clock doesn't even work. Or back again, are you? Yes, hello. Oh, disclaimer again, I suck at accents. I'm gonna try some accents and then it's gonna be probably the wrong one, but it's okay. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. It's making me randomly southern accent for some reason. You found me, Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho. Laddie does not work here no more, so your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't, I can't even understand what he's trying to say. I would not like you to get the wrong idea about it. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Haha, the chop, ha. Guillotine in back, ha ha ha. I can, you can very well... You can very... What? You can... What? So how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons too. So, what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asugi's cell. I think it's been called, the Asugi Papers or something. BGM stopped. Serious moment coming. Daniel say, Rexon's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fool around about with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Oh, wait, can I talk about it? That murder's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye. Shocking embarrassment. Because a convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Ah, for shame. Coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Sith, and my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs? Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. I'm pretty sure you can. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I don't like I don't like to say it, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't jump from the shock of his crimes being exposed there? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise though, would you? Of course, I cannot shun all responsibility myself. I should not let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that what is kens? That knows, maybe? Kens what went on at the time now. Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Sith forbidden from having any visitors. Why can't we just interrogate Dr. Sith, ma'am? She's alive still. No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Alright? Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I would not dream of sending you back with not Kimmer. Here, take a can cover too. Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. That's like your third one, man. Wouldn't want to become anemic. That's like your third one. I suppose if there's anybody who might still know, who still kin about what happened back then, it'd be that last from the forensic division, Maria Gori. New name. Maria Gori? Ah, Sith's daughter. She did not have no more, just the one. I think they mentioned her before. But the wee bairns followed in her ma'am's footsteps. You did not ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah. We saw her, did we? Oh yeah, I remember her with the mask. Oh, what is this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Sith's daughter, Maria, oh my god, I don't know why I'm Maria, right? Maria Gori. You could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Sith's daughter, but her surname is Gori? There's some family history, I'm sure, but I don't know the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her ma'am working with the bodies of folks who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. That's what you usually think. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. That doesn't have a time of death. Somebody told me that the wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. That's terrible. I mean, that's creepy for me, but okay. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well then, perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gori herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. Let's talk about the Asugi papers now. I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away, no? Leave me alone and do not come back here, eh? I cannot promise that. Also, I have to ask about this too. How'd you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers. Well, I can't tell him, Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that correct? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asugi's. Ah, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Fivers, no, you're off at a half-cock there. I think you did not quite get your facts straight. Someone always took it. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Wait, do you still have it? Give it to us. Wait, he has it! Let me just have a wee look around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Wait, then someone else was looking for it then. Ah, here you are. See? You just gonna give it to us? Thank you. The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asuki, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles, and you've never thought to give this to anyone, but okay. But mine, it says here, he leaves all of his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. Wait, that's it? And they didn't give it to anyone? So these are the Asuki papers? Ah, of course they are. Papers written by Asuki. No doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. You just kept it this whole time. Like what? After all this stremesh of that slayster of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo. Just in case. Yes. The last will and testament of Genshin Asuki that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asuki described it as the only weapon I've left. Wait, let me look at that. Oh wait, one thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Rexon's death. I prefer it if you did not make no mention of them outside this office, or rather, I would not just prefer it considered an order from the highest levels of our government. But he gave it to us? Like, okay. He just gave it to us. It's like, don't mention this, but by the way, here's the papers. I understand. How nice of him. Yes, how very generous. Let's look at... Can we look at this yet? I don't remember if we looked at this yet. Oh yeah, we did. Look how cute Susato is. He's so cute. His beard is amazing. His beard is like on fire. That's why he's called Hell. Let's see. Last will and testament. I, Genshin Asuki, hereby request that upon my death, I assume it's in Japanese, obviously. Any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asuki in the Empire of Japan. Maybe there was a clue in his material possessions then. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Aw, it's very sad. It sounds like he was doing something, and someone framed him. It sounds like someone framed him. From all the evidence and everything, he seemed like a good, noble guy that everyone loved. But for some reason he probably killed one guy. Maybe the guy was actually evil or something. To protect some other guy, who knows. But everything else is probably framed. Maybe. Or he killed all the evil people, and then the good guy that was killed, that Van Zeek's brother, was probably someone else, and he was framed for it. I don't know. Okay, we're done here. Now we just have one more place left. Let's go see Kazuma. Is this his office? Isn't this Van Zeek's office? I guess he took over the office. Coffee. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asuki now, is it? Oh wait! There's a mini diorama of the scene. Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Oh man, she's like the mother who's always crying that her son's doing really well. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. How dare you? Badmouth my friend. Oh, but he's not sitting there. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor, and against me. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama— oh man, she is the mother. She's legit his mother. I'm truly happy for you. And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Dioramas are super cool. Someday I'll build one. I know, right? They are cool. I want a mini diorama, but I have no place to put it. Oh, hello, Sananoni. We are progressing. Yunosuke. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system for a little together. For a little together? Wait, is that what he said? Oh, shake up the legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it? Investigated it? Whatever. But I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku and your father, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. No, I understood that part. I didn't understand the thing why you faked your death. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, he's finally talking to us! Friend! Talking to us now. You better tell us the truth. And not be like, yeah, when the time is right, I will tell you. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Berri. You were heading across the oceans, from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series of coincidences led us to those tragic events. I thought I lost my best friend forever. Yeah, why? I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. Okay, well actually no, I guess it wasn't him. That maybe? It was Sherlock Holmes that pretended he was dead. Why though? It was a narrow little room. There was a possy, whatever, of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Oh yeah, he had amnesia. Fine, I can forgive him. Yes, I didn't know what had happened, or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. Who's talking to him? The subconsciousness? It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship, and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Wait, did someone fake his death? Like, but he was gonna be exposed then. What was the plan? No one was watching him? I don't know. Well, yeah, why did Sherlock Holmes do it, and did he have a second plan, is my question. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. But Hong Kong food is delicious. Wonton noodles is delicious. I realized now that I had escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose? That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. That's convenient, back then. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. A formidable, tendous city of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. I know, right? Back then, you can't even still onto, like, an airplane or something. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. Yeah, that makes sense. He took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Did you have ID or something? Would that have been your knowledge of the law? He'd just be like, I know law randomly for some reason, but okay. Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. Wait, how did they know that he knew law? How did he himself know that he knew law? Like, what? He'd just be like, by the way, I have knowledge in law. Take me to your leader. Like, is that what happened? Like, how? He'd just be like, oh, this guy, I know that he knows law. Let's take him with us. Okay. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Okay. Ever since I first met you at Yume, the university, you talked about your dream. Probably to figure out the truth about his father? Mark my words, Yunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know that the entire time? About what happened to your father here? He probably just knew that he, like, died and he wanted the truth. 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. Wait, is this photograph important? It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san. Oh my! Well, they were together as friends. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh! Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. Wait, what did he tell you? Wait, just say he passed away? Okay, so nothing else? There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Well, that's one hate mail that crossed the 7 seas and went into the other side of the world. Wow, man. Nowadays, hate mail is like email or like direct messages on Twitter or something. But now, no, they sent that letter across the oceans. Oh no. Such dedication back then. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Letter from Britain. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. And he knew their address? What? Maybe they were like maybe they like, I don't know, stole some information from someone and asked someone about it. But like, what happened to privacy? Internet privacy. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter, but someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. I thought, if it's a relative of a victim... Oh wait, no wait, they're present at the thing, never mind. But still, It could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. Oh, evidence. Nice. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. I like how the victim was like, I know, I curse your name, but you probably don't even know your father was a mass murderer. But here is some evidence proving to you that your father is indeed a mass murderer. What did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. Couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. Yeah, I understand that. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Oh, dude, now he's involved. Ah, to the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. I hope he didn't tell her. That's when I made up my mind. That one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. Yeah, that's what I thought he was here for. The truth about my father, Genshin Asuki. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama. The Reaper's trial. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Nunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Dude, it's gonna be the royalty. It's gonna be the Queen. It's Queen of Britain. Yes, Barack Van Zieks is the real Reaper. Wait, what? Wait, did we just go with a full circle? Like, no, Barack Van Zieks is not the Reaper. It's the Inspector. No, no. It was actually Barack Van Zieks. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely seeking that justice was done as the law dictates. He is not to blame. I agree with that too. People just probably framed him. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. Well, yeah, but if you have no other evidence, it's like... Unless it was like, you know, faked evidence or forged evidence that you knew it was forged, then I can blame you. But I guess they'll still hold a grudge regardless. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. I guess I agree with that. I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. I guess ultimately yes. But there is a true suspect behind it. I don't think... Like, he was the tool that was used, but he wasn't the true suspect. Anyway, is that it? Is there anything else to do here? Are sure we've asked everything we need to? What about this one? The will. Kazuma, what do you make of the— oh, darn it. It doesn't care. You don't want to look at your father's last will? Take this chance to drink my cafe latte. My iced cafe latte. Darn it, that wasn't it either. What else is there? Maybe look at the room, I guess? Oh yeah, let's get the diorama. Diorama. It's very nice and very cute. except the fact that it's a crime scene and there's a murdered body. But you know, other than that, what the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh yes, I realize that. Does a prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. I wonder who makes it. That's pretty cute. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. He's like, by the way, I did this part. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. What's with this random nice banter after that serious conversation, but okay. The barrels of wine? Pass floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hollowed barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. Huh? Why? What? Every week? Lord Van Zeeks can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see? Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers a task too important to trust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. Wow. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court then. Ha 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 ha. Is there anything else here? Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Oh, it's probably his brother. To remind himself of. Why would I? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. You would have asked us at one point, no? Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Okay, well, you're very useful. Cosmo, you're very useful. There's Lord Van Zeek's incredibly stylish desk. I agree. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor. Kneeling down stays a style. That must be difficult on your legs still. I still think so. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeeks when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Nice. Oh, it's always hallowed chalice that he breaks every single time in court. Lord Van Zeek's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casts to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, he must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh, wait, again? He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. Wait, there's nothing to talk about then. Huh? It must be one of the evidence. There's nothing else here. I don't remember anything else about it, though. What does he want from me? Maybe one of the diorama. It's not correct. Let me look at the diorama again. Examine. Looks pretty darn it. Looks pretty correct. What does he want from me? Gotta go. It's almost 5 AM here and I'm just barely awake. Thank you for entertaining Streamlone. Take care. Good night. Have a good night. Thanks for the comments. I like chatting. Could it be? Could it be? What could it be? What if I show him my badge? I'm pretty sure we're done here, though. I'm sure we've asked everything we need to. Darn you, Sato. There must be something in here. It's probably not a evidence thing. Okay, one of these tiny items is definitely going to be a thing to ask. I already asked the diorama. Which one is it? That is the question. Or maybe we come back later. I don't even know. What is this? Is this tea? Oh wait, is that like a thing for wines? I don't know. There's bats in here. What the heck? Wait, I think I said this last time. Blah! You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeek's, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course. We should go with parrots. How about a sparrow for you? Or parrots. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing, sorry. Just thinking out loud. Wait, what about sparrows? Wait, I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that, but okay. There's nothing in here! Well. I can go through this one by one. Oh wait, should I give him back his armband? Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now, you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Kazuma, so you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure, thank you, my friend. What? That wasn't it. I could go through them all one by one, but it's 3 pages worth. Okay, let's do them one by one from the back. Okay, it's not this one. Drink my cafe latte. Because they're all the same anyway. Oh! Wait, what the heck? The Reaper. At last I get to take my revenge. Kazuma, Lord Van Zeeks isn't responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's a defendant and deserving of a fair trial. You mean, like the one my father had? It's a closed trial now, too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for what he truly is. I mean, if you have evidence, go for it, honestly. Kazuma. Oh, darn it, that wasn't it. I don't think firecrackers are related. Nope. Notice board? Nope. What should I eat for lunch? I can make skimmin, which I don't have the thing for, or I can eat bread. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I think. Oh, the coroner report? The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. New evidence! The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. It's Maria? Gory? If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratories behind Low Gate Cemetery. Oh, darn, we have a new place now. Low Gate Cemetery by Barclay Prison, you mean? You know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Ah, there it is, finally. How was I supposed to know that was the thing we were supposed to present? Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. The only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Wow, do you need to draw it? Haruma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is a symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma? It does sound formidable, that's for sure. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Karuma, right? Isn't that Karma? In the recent the regular Ace Attorney series. Karma. Was it Vaughn Karma or just Karma? There was legit they are legit there. And I think they were friends with Mitsurugi. Now that I think about it, it links up. Or well, it doesn't link up, but like, it's related to the recent series. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Yep, it was Karma in the present time. Karuma and Karma. Now I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, man, he's always been like that. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. Oh, I have also changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeek's given what happened, but the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. Wait, he knows something, tell me! That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary. Well, I mean, if it's proof, I don't think it's whatever means necessary, but... if it's actual evidence, if it's fair trial, I'm sure, go ahead. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. My rival! Oh, my bad, wrong button. My rival! Last place for today. Wait a minute. She decorated. There's dolls now. They're the creepy kind of dolls, but still kind of cute. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. Actually, wait, Iris wasn't there the whole time when we were talking to Kazuma. What? Where did she go? She just disappeared. Maybe she went to the bathroom. But actually, there's a rather pleasant or pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the corner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Ha ha ha, death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Where's the daughter? Blech. It's the scalpel sound, probably. What was that? Oh, she's probably just like knitting or something. Dr. Gori? Well, butcher knife. What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Iris, no, shut up. Iris, no. Then, I think you'll do nicely. Wait, no. I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a test? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Oh, that sound was her doing this? Oh, okay. I like her mask. It's like a... Is it a crow or something? I don't know. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. Yes, I am alive. Yes, I am alive. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Sith has some scruples at least. Unlike her daughter. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us for the time being, anyway. For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. I imagine it's a stylized plague doctor mask, some sort of bird style. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. It looks like a gas mask or something, too. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Let's look at her stuff and be like, I like those dolls you made. Do you want to talk more? This looks different to before. Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Gori is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work. Look! Oh, yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all. They're how I practice. Sorry? Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day. Man, that's some work, man. I want your skills. Ah, right. I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines. My mama told me to make something more friendly instead. That's quite different to what I imagined. The doll's cute. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying, because there are also other things that look like salt and pepper shakers in here. Ha ha ha, let's not mix those up. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. Oh. I hope you're not the type, or... I hope she's not the type, you know, like, some people, they reuse containers, right? But they forget to label it properly, so it says salt and pepper, but it's not actually salt and pepper. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on even when you're surrounded by death. I think we probably don't need to check everything here. Or do we? I don't know. Let's try. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. Wait, I do remember reading this now. So why is it when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? Because you know what the implications are. It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. That's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though. It is? If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt. What? You mean you sleep in here? Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up falling onto the floor. So I like to exchange that table for a lower one. Maybe you should just go home. You should not sleep at your workplace. That's overwork, man. I learned while working a hotel that health and safety people don't really like it when you don't label cleaning chemicals spray bottle. I think also health inspections don't like that too. Actually, no, wait, that is health inspections. What am I talking about? Yeah, I would think so. You have to label them properly. I don't think there's anything to ask here, so maybe I present something. Oh yeah, this document has time of death. And, no, wait, it doesn't have time of death. Why did you not write it down here? Dr. Gori, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Sorry? You mean the corpse? Because I think you mean the corpse. His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. Yes, thank you for the description. We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Oh, she was a lot paler than I thought. That's not my fault. Oh, that made me jump. And please, tell us what happened. Oh, we can finally talk. So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. Oh, she's embarrassed. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Male Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Dude, I knew he was suspicious. We all knew he was suspicious. He's probably the real culprit behind the Reaper. Lord Strongheart came? He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st of November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Oh. I think I like her with a mask on. I don't know. The aesthetics of her outfit and the hair and the mask is just like, the gap is good. Gori. It's Dr. Gori. If you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go to the same way as your mother. Imprisoned. Give it here then. Hmm? Oh, thank you. Oh, you already... Oh, okay, well, that was easy. I just needed to threaten her a bit, and then she just did it. What's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us! Indeterminate. Darn it. That wasn't what I wanted. What? Details of the autopsy report have been updated. According to the coroner, Dr. Gori, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. What? How dare you? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat, huh? What? Okay. And that fish had started to rot. Oh? Doesn't that mean that he either didn't bother replacing the fish or he actually died a while ago? Huh? Wait, what? Wait, what does that mean? He had to replace a fish. He likes his fish and chips a lot. Unless it was all a pretense and he was actually... that was part of his character and he actually doesn't care about it, so when he's not in front of people, he doesn't actually replace the fish and chips in his pocket. He just lets it go rot and then he died. But I don't know. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? When an idle animation becomes plot relevant. That's very true. I didn't think his fish would have come into play here. It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. By doing what? Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Is it the AC? Wait, they don't have AC back then. Or do they? Is it the AC? Is it like the heater? You like keep them in a hot room to make it so that they decompose faster, and you keep them in a cold room so that they decompose slower, type of thing? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. Whatever, I assume it's a rigor mortis thing. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. Ah, you take off the coat, you chill the body, so it seems like it's fresh more. And because the overcoat's off, body and it's not covered with ice, the fish rots more, so therefore it's definitely more than 5 p.m. that night when he was killed, in other words. Did you know that Lovecraft wrote a horror story around air conditioning? Wait, who is that again? I forgot. Maybe I just don't know. But I can imagine AC can be used for rigor mortis. Delaying. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. We have ice. Wow. If you have ice, it's okay. But surely, to chill a corpse like that will require an enormous electrical refrigerator. Sure, or like a large pool of water. It's cold in winter. It's November, man. Throw them in the lake. Oh, if you throw them in the lake, I guess it'd be soaked wet. Unless you dry it. I don't know. And I don't suppose many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not, but maybe in a factory? Or some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. Well, he was killed in another place, so maybe it was a different place with a factory or whatever. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. Maybe it was snowing. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No! In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there was no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Did they have cars back then? Or carriages? They could have rented a carriage and, you know, brought it to different places maybe. Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Sith, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. Professor. Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? She was conspiring with them to help him escape. My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well. What? Really? Wait, so tell us about both of them, please. The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. The detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Wait, is he involved now? Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? Also, I like her butterfly that's on the front of her waist. It's very cute. You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. Professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before the burial on that dissection table there. Well, it's not their final moments, but it's their final moments as a corpse, I guess, before the burial. I hope they weren't alive. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gori. Oh, she can tell us now? Professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, And Mama, but... Now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. Well, you were kind of forced by authority. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful... Oh wait, sorry, wrong one. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. Execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago, man? It was Gregson probably, wasn't it? Oh, just pin it all on the dead guy. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. Still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. Now the father is involved. What? Here of all places. That was my first case too, or second case. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. It's not the professor guy, right? Wait, a visiting student? Which one? There's like 3 of them. It must have been my father, Yujin Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. I know they just let some random Japanese person do it. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. It was probably framed, honestly. Wait, they said Inspector Gregson was the one who insisted on the autopsy, right? What if he was the one who discovered a body or whatever, or handled the body, placed evidence inside the body, and then be like, yeah, we need to dissect this guy, and then they dissected it, and there was the evidence that framed Asogi. I don't know. That's my theory right now. It's all coming together. Yep. That's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? Thank you. What? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? See, true scientists do stuff for justice. Except when you're coerced by people and blackmailed by people to do the otherwise. They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards with the other records from the last decade. Thank you. Let's see. Van Zieks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zieks. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away? Dun dun dun! No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? Or someone stole into the room? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It's probably Inspector Gregson. It was 2 years ago. The way she looks up looks kind of creepy. Just a bit. It's like rolled up her eyes and it's kind of creepy. Okay. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records. It was Gregson. No, you don't mean... Sherlock Holmes, wasn't it? Wait, that guy. Wait, no, it's a different guy. Is Sherlock Holmes now involved with the inspector now? I bet she's the answer to the Addams Family Law. I didn't watch that, but I kind of know. Sherlock Holmes was his name. Deep down, I knew that was coming. Well, actually, I didn't know. I thought it was Gregson. There's like a bunch of inspectors. Or detectives. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. That can't be right, can it? Well, now she just figured out some dark secret about her best friend ever. Iris? Wait, does she know? Like, what? There's a lot of different versions. They're all fun, spooky. Oh. Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, she's gonna search her room now. She's suspicious. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Do you have a cab home? Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. Nope, she's gonna search her room. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Wait, what? No, is she now involved? Is she suspicious? Everyone's suspicious now. There is no one who's innocent, except me. For now, in Susato. Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. We're all living. Was I? I really don't remember. Oh, she put her goggles on. She never does that. Suspicious. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll bring a pot up for you when you get home. Suspicious. Everyone's suspicious. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. I don't know, she'd be like, is she the one who stole it? One of you guys stole it. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. Well, if we're gonna leave anyway, if we were gonna leave anyway, we might as well have just left with her because take the same cab or something. Or train or something. It's been a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. The next time you come, I prefer it if you were ready for dissection. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy have disappeared, but I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Ooh, well. I guess we're done here. Oh, Fresno Street. Oh, finally the last place. 2nd November, room on Fresno Street. The police are still busily investigating in here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Oh man, Gina! The guy died. It's like her father, and then he was a mentor and a father to her, and then she's now super angry and wants vengeance too, and I just want her to be happy. Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back soon before too long. Shall we wait? Talks for Iris and for Gina. Actually... let's look at the board. There's something different about this room since the last time we were here. Isn't there? Wait, is it the wait, what? Is it the fireplace looking thing? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Is there? Is it this thingy? Or is it this thingy? Oh, it's not that thingy. Let's try this one. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. Inspector Gregson. There are some initials on the outside, look. T.G. Tobias Gregson. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oh, what do you think you're doing? Who is it? Is it Gina? Oh, it's Gina. That's my trunk, that is, and hands off. Gina! What? Where were you hiding? I don't know. You leave something untended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but What? Spit it out, Odo. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year? Lol, I just didn't notice. Try not to incur your wrath, Mealy. Okay, let's talk. Your boss. You should hear him talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all of them bludgers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Well, I was the one that actually mentioned that, but... Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all of them criminals what got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zieks, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then, obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? Wait, how did it leak? It's a closed trial. Yeah, I was like, it was a closed trial. How did they know? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? Huh? Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? It's right in the trunk. Oh no. They wouldn't flame and let me, cause I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. That's right. I was very miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's our Gina. The secret notebook. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Well, I see it is my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and a whole long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there couldn't be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Exactly. That's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? You mean his next victim? Don't tell me it was Natsume. I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. Oh, he was gonna kill someone? Or he was gonna order someone to kill someone? So what was the odd name then? It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like a... It's Natsume Soseki, no? Maybe not. He's in Japan. Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name. Put it that way. Natsume Soseki? Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Were they trying to kill him over and over? Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but they were gonna kill the assassin? Or it was orders to the assassin to kill the guy. I don't know, it's one of the two. Did you say Shin? Or in the Japanese word, Sasha? Well, it does mean something? Lord Van Zieks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. A woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. So he was probably the one that told her to kill people? We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before, that would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove, what was pretend to be him, didn't you, Odo? Why does she know? Was she in the jury? Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. Oh. Doggy! And me and my partner were here, get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby! He's such a faithful friend and is now named after the dead boss. So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, isn't it? Ugh. Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the hellhound here. Except, you just said you weren't giving us the evidence. What the heck, man? Give us information. You just said you weren't gonna give it to me. Right, because he looks oh so hellish honest. Don't tell me the dog's involved. Gina, about your hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's a pride of force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be, after all. In the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? We do? This is like old man. The guy who killed? Huh? What do we have? Maybe the guy who has the fire, who bought the firecrackers? To pretend it was this one? Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Is it that one? Because the killer, or the person who wanted to seem like, who wanted to frame Van Zieks, used the firecrackers to simulate a gunshot. Right? To make it seem like he was the one who killed Gregson. And which means it's the killer who has the firecrackers who bought it. So if I give him the firecrackers, maybe they can track the killer, except you would think he would just smell firecrackers, I guess. But maybe someone who, I don't know, I think it was a time device firecracker though. It was a time device, so I don't know if it would, if it would even work to track down the killer. But anyway, Chief Inspector said woof to that, Odo. Yes, I heard. I think perhaps that particular item didn't excite him very much. Darn it, it was the wrong one. Ain't you got nothing else? I'll have a think. Ah! I have to go through this every single time? Oh my god. Let me save them. Okay. You got something? Do we have something? Save! Save! Okay. Huh? What do we have? The candle? Presumably it belongs to Gregson. Maybe the guy who handled the cap. Maybe. Or maybe the murder weapon. I feel like it'd be Van Zieks though. Oh, this one was held by the Mr. Vigil and Inspector Gregson, so it's unrelated. Maybe the watch? But the watch would not be it, because Inspector Gregson's the one that had it. I still think it would be... It'd be one of the stuff in the room, right? Let's go with the wig. If you wouldn't mind having... Let's see his reaction. Oh! He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh! We are correct! I fell down. She fell down. Oh. The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Oh! Oh. Ah! Look what he's gone to! Wait! I was correct, yeah. Oh my! That trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson! In other words, it must have belonged to him. Let's open the trunk. Did she lie? Maybe she wanted to hold it and she didn't want the other people to take it by saying it's hers. Oh, alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it too, if it weren't for that dog and those teenagers. Or is a teenager and the dog? I forgot what the quote was. If it weren't for those darn teenagers and the dog. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it? That's enough now then, Gina. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. The metal trunk. Maybe she can't open it though. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips? Mr. Naruto, I believe Gina means the witness. Wait, that witness? Oh, that witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Me too. Yeah, he had it hidden between them wooden boards of his. The boss's trunk. Wait, now some other homeless guy is now suspicious? You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene. Oh, he stole it. Goodness, wonder why. Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... Huh? You taking evidence from the crime scene? You should be jailed. But that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less. Would you Adam and Eve a check of it, stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog? So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then? How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figure I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, Well, actually no, but there's evidence possibly inside. Please let us investigate it first. Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. She's like, the boss's inheritance belongs to me, because I'm like an adoptive daughter. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police. Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Like, we just want to look at it. Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. We'll return it to you, as long as there's no evidence that we need to bring to court. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Huh? It's mostly just meddling kids, and sometimes they add in that pesky dog too. Ah, okay, that's what it was. I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling kids and that pesky dog. Basically, right? Oh! What's wrong with Toby? What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Because I have the trunk? Mr. Naruto, be careful! It must be the trunk. Whoa! That scared me. Oh my god, that is a hellhound. That is a hellhound. Toby, oi, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Was that licking? I wasn't biting. Mr. Naruto! Mr. Naruto! Gina, quickly! Hail a carriage! Wait, was I bitten? I couldn't have been licked if I had to go to a carriage. 2nd November, 4:57 p.m. Naruto's legal consultancy. A jump scare indeed, even for something so cute. That was a jump scare. Dun-dun-dun. Oh, Mr. Naruto, are you alright? Miss Susato? What happened to me? Oh, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. Suspicious. Sherlock Holmes, suspicious. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly. Oh, dude, I did faint due to licking? What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Holmes. Oh, she's actually scolding him. We're idle. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? She's not strong enough to lift you. Probably. Actually, no. She can martial arts. I don't think she's strong enough to lift a person. Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice. So that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? You can do that? Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Well, actually, before that, let me check the evidence that we saw earlier. Yo, let me open this first. Let's have a look inside before I forget. The evidence. Let's take a look at the evidence. Look, there's something inside. Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Oh yeah, he said he was sent to France or something due to demotion, but maybe he actually wanted to go abroad due to a secret undercover mission. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh! What is it? It was for travel on 31st of October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? And they killed him before he left? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Did he go to France? Or like... Or was he about to go to France? And then he died. Wait, is that it? What is this? It's a blade! Someone tried to open it. Did you see that? Or do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. It's a knife or blade. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Is that it? Blood! Blood! Was she literally gonna use that for work and no one noticed blood there? But okay. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think... Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ugh, I knew you were gonna say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. I know, right? If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. No, it does not! What kind of grease from fish and chips looks red? The brown, maybe, but not the red. Is that it? I think that's it. Wait, the blade part 2? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force, like an axe? Or a butcher axe or thing? I wonder how it happened. It looks like it's it. Okay. I have little faith in Scotland Yard's ability to spot odd things. I'm like that red blood is so obvious, I don't know how they missed it. Or any of them, to be honest. Still remember people not noticing the hole in the gas gauge. Oh yeah, no one noticed anything. Okay, what were we talking about again? Sugar water? But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is throbbing me sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready, then. About what? About what? What to do? Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong. Oh, yes, of course, I must get back to work as soon as possible after I fainted. And possibly have a concussion or something? I don't know, but okay. Wait a minute. He is suspicious as hell. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Holmes, but also you're suspicious. I still find you suspicious. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of a Minnie had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. Wait, how? They don't like mustard? I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Ew. I don't know, I think we're good here. What? Is there some other stuff we need to talk about? Maybe Gina again? Oh, wait, what? What do you mean we have to go back to investigating stuff? Oh wait, let's look at the password. Name Tobias Gregson. Passport number yada yada. Date of departure within 1 week from 31st of October. Destination France. Purpose of travel. Place business. Notes. Permission for the applicant and 1 additional person to travel. Who is that person then? I already saw this. Who? Does it say somewhere? It doesn't say what you're supposed to do. Is there something in my room? This looks really nice. But I don't think that's it. I thought you would converse with Sherlock Holmes, but let's present this? I don't know. Oh, that's definitely not it. Okay, that's the wrong answer. What if we go back to Gina? Or we present it to... No, I think we go back to Gina. Ah, she's not here. Where could it be? What about Lord Stronghearts? Oh wait, it's not Lord Stronghearts. Well, it's easy to know there's nothing there when there's nothing there. There's no one here. What about this guy? He obviously... Darn it. He told the Glory to not include the time of death, so he's definitely suspicious. I think it's definitely her. There's nowhere else for us to go to. And there's a present button. What about the bag? Darn it, it wasn't that either. I finished my cafe latte. Iced cafe latte. What could it be? What do we want to talk about? I still think it's him. He is the one here in this office. Maybe if I present something, he will talk. Nope, that's not it. Wait, I already clicked that. No! I already clicked it. Identification? Nope. It has to be something Sherlock Holmes is involved in, right? Maybe Kazuma? Related stuff? Was there anything else that Sherlock Holmes was involved in? This one. The books. Wait, the books. The book he stole from the office. I don't know if that's written anywhere though. It's not. The books of the office. Details of his... I'm a lawyer. Darn it. This is really random. You always respond to this part, but they don't respond to anything else. You dropped it into the themes and now it's rather smells. Ew. You'd be like, ew too. Ah. Maybe examine. Maybe examine. I legit pressed like this whole thing, man. Your room across the hall is undisturbed, of course. I don't suppose I'll be permitted to see inside now that you're back, though, would I? You know very well that only Iris is allowed inside. Yes, I heard you two giggling together in there last night. You can visit Mr. Holmes in his room, Mr. Naruhodo. Last time I did that, he tried to convince me to drink some strange concoction he mixed up. Alright. This one looks cute though. I like this desk. I like the tablecloth. Very nice and aesthetic. My desk is just as it was before I left. Sumi ink. Oh, Sumi is. I should remember. It's coal, right? I think. And a calligraphy brush, even though we're in England now. That strikes me as typically you, Mrs. Sato, and typically not you at the same time. Well, I do enjoy all the wonderful new things to come out of the West in the Cultural Revolution, of course. But I'm not ready to give up my brush just yet. And anyway, Susato-san can write more neatly with a brush than most people can with a pen. I wish I had good calligraphy skills too. Practice makes perfect, as they say. There's some people who can write as if like it's from a typewriter. And I'm like, how do you do that? There's nothing in this room. Except Holmes. Holmes is the only guy here. That is suspicious. The steam is rising gently from the kettle, as always. Yes, it doesn't feel right somehow, unless it is. But the steam has an unusual scent today. Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me already. Can you bring sweet potatoes with you across country? Cross-contamination? Or not contamination, whatever. Invasive species stuff? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, I heard that, you know? Tears of joy, Mrs. Sato, from my mouth. I guess I'll click everything. Whenever you serve me tea, it always takes me back to Japan. I know you're not particularly fond of the bitter taste, are you? What? Tea is delicious. So do always try to pick out less bitter matcha for you. She does often serve up an unusually mellow blend, it's true. The anticipation of the taste in my mouth makes me bitterly worried anyway. It is very difficult for you, isn't it? Tea is good on cold days. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Miss Susato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed. Still can't be hearing an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Last one. All the sea life seemed very content in there, I must say. I've noticed something recently, actually. The anemones breed at a most extraordinary rate. Oh, really? It's a mystery why the whole seabed isn't buried in a mountain of them, actually. Oh, how splendid! It's because there's predators. That really is a mystery, isn't it? I wish there was someone here to explain Susato's strange reaction to that. I don't know what she means by that either. Is there something on his body? No, there is nothing. There's nowhere. Fine, let me go to every effing other. Maybe Iris. Oh, she did go back. Oh, it was here the whole time. It didn't say to go back though. Susato, you weren't much help. What? Wait. It's copyright free, right? It's copyright free, right? Wait, this better be copyright free and not random stuff that I need to, whatever. What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Oh no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Hopefully my voice is covering up everything. Iris? She's... Iris? What's the matter? Oh, she's still... Yeah, who is that on the couch? Who is that sprawling... I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily. He's singing? He's not singing as a radio or something. Or the music player thingy. I forget what it's called, with the vinyl thing. Would you be so kind enough to explain the situation? Is he dead? Well, that worked. He does not look alive. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition, and one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Thank God the BGM changed. Ah, Mr. Holmes, do you mean he's dead? The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. Are we going through the deduction spectacular again? One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying to so desperately conceal. Iris. Is she the one that stole the papers? She's turned as white as a sheet. So, as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. Oh, it's coming. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. It's already over. So then to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray do enjoy Sherlock Holmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Done, done. The game is afoot. Man's identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language. How do you know that? Oh, darn, he keeps the singing, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand what when asked to desist. It's because he's unconscious or dead. So why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. He drank poison tea. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The cup. Oh, actually, I was thinking that too, actually. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? Settee? Whatever. As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Sigmund von Armstein. The King of Germany. Huh? The King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. Does that mean he actually had a King of Germany before coming to his office? But okay. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. Incognito. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? What? So the identity of this mass visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Okay, that would explain maybe why he's here, I guess. Conclusion. The King of Germany. Topic 2. Girls' silence. Not just Iris, but okay. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable science is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A 5-pound note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened at why you hide money from me. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the king's secret. Now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes, we need only follow that brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. Ah, the broken cup. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact, or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which led us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. Oh, scandal, such a scandal. I should have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Can't cost that much. To hide the coffee cup. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. As always, he's off. Oh my god, stop the BGM. Stop it. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Holmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mrs. Ethel, do tell. His Royal Highness does not seem awake at all, you know. Doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Holmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Maybe her tea thingy prevents her from talking. For some reason. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Holmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing, and according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany. It was the King of Bohemia. Hello. You forgot. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz the Prince testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. You mean everything. Yes, even Mr. Holmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious case. Heard the scene? The one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a journey presentation of Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular? Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Holmes! Okay, we already saw this part. Okay, so why is he here? High spirits. He is not. Answers known to you, Iris. Ball gaze, yada yada. Is it not the cup? I would think she is looking at the cup though. Not the herbal tea, but the cup. But okay. So what? It's some mix of herbs that give you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. And I like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Oh, it's ventriloquism. I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. I was thinking, this gramophone. You think? I don't know, man. What could it be? It could be this thing, but probably this one. Do none of them realize that he's not the one singing? I know, right? Maybe they think he can do ventriloquism. Wait, this is a gramophone, though rarely seen in our own country. Yeah, it's definitely where it's coming from. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machines singing! That can't be right! Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too. You would think Sherlock Holmes would know this because he's the one that owns it, but okay. Even if these two don't know because they don't have it before. Or it doesn't exist in Japan. It's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer. Well, this one. Like for Sherlock Holmes to not realize it is silly and on brand, but the two of them are expected better. Exactly, right? The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. What do you mean by indeed, as if you knew the answer along? In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. You think? You think? Oh, please stop it. Thank you. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the cité? And this is the part we said before. Okay. Okay. He also revived, yada yada yada. He was there at the office, yada yada. Gentleman's name was Wilhelm, yada yada yada. Was he actually the king of Germany? But this guy is not. Probably. That mask belongs to the king of Germany. It was probably just on the wall, honestly. Although we've already established that it was actually the king of Bohemia. It seems Mr. Holmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Who? Master Gotts? The young boy, the boy who had you in tears? Or whom you had in tears? Don't remind me or anyone else. Oh yeah, I think he was. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask, can we? Wait, can we? Who was wearing this mask before, huh? Wait, let me look at it. Wait. I don't remember that mask. He didn't have a mask, did he? Does she have a mask? I don't think so. Oh wait, Kazuma had a mask, right? I remember now. Kazuma had a mask. Probably Kazuma. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asaki. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Yes, like always. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days, though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guess's true identity. You can just take it off. Just take it off. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. It looks like Gregson, but it can't be. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it. It's not Gregson, right? Unless they effing took his corpse or something. Is that him? I don't believe it. Oh, his father, right? I was like, who had a beard again? I was like, I don't remember. How did... Wait. In that case, how the heck did she not realize it was her father, even with a mask on? Like, I assume the clothes don't change that much. The facial features don't change that much. You'd be like, oh, it's look, he looks kind of like my father. I must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Holmes. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't think she would not recognize her father. It would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotoba. Logic and reasoning? Or just looking and saying? There's no logic in this. Yeah, this one's on Susato. Like, how do you not recognize your father? Then again, she wasn't that close to him, I guess. Okay. Topic 2. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable... Yeah, why is she silent? But your apparently inexplicable science is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that. So that's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different, you think? Huh? Huh? What is this redness? Oh. Where is she looking? At the cup? At the cup? At the chest? Maybe? Let's look at the chest. Oh, I see something red. This metal chest? It contains important documents, isn't it? Also, it's unlocked. Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Holmes has worked on over the years, written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The hatch is unlocked for once. Ah, so it is! Is he trying to find the secret documents that were stolen? That's hard to ignore. Berri, I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all my time we've been staying here at Baker Street. That's definitely a metal chest. Maybe she thought that Sherlock Holmes took it though. Oh wait, there's a coffee cup on the floor. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there's something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need open this chest. Oh wait, it sounds like it's something that Sherlock said instead of you know skip. Okay. Here we go. No! Really don't! Oh. Lol. I was wondering what the red one. Oh, that's how he ended up on there. Mr. Holmes. Wow. Perfect. It's so perfect. Even the way they landed was perfect. He's dead. Never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Well, you said that way too late. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Ah. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... because you knocked her father unconscious. This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Holmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite that knowing point of the finger before? Mrs. Otho? Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. Wait, what? What? Your reason for science, the fact that you destroyed Father, no? Oh, the key? The fact that you unlocked it, you mean? Oh, the bunnies on her bag is so cute. On the left side. That's a key she's holding, look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It's appeared as if by magic. That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? Well, I don't know, but that's suspicious. Yes, the real reason for her silence until now is that key behind your back. Ah, but Mr. Holmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. Oh, wow. That something is the key now in your hands, no doubt. The key to the chest. Why would you have... Why? You're so clever, you know. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Holmes' graphic demonstration, you can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the settee. Oh wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask to try to disguise the fact of what happened? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Considering how the room was arranged before this whole— wait, don't tell me you opened it while everything was on there. Why would you open the chest when all the stuff is on the table? It would definitely fall. Considering how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what waited him inside. The mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. Wow. Wow. Wait, wait, let me use my okay, mouse. Okay. If this opened and then the thing hit the punch thingy hit him, everything here would have fell to the ground first, and then he would have punched in the air. Therefore, the mask fitting would never land on his face. Ever. Ever. That does not work that way. It fall into the ground first, and then he gets punched in the air into here. What? And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Lol, she took the place of Holmes. Would you expect anything less? Well, yes, I would. That was impossible. That theory is impossible. Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. No, that's physically impossible. If it was on the table. Brilliant, Renault. Is she lying? This thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Nah, that was impossible. So then, why do I make a fresh pot of tea for us all? Oh, she's changing the subject. When was he awake? An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Ah, I was correct then. But, Mr. Holmes, if you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Yeah, why does she have the key, first of all? Ah, she is? From the look on her face. Yeah, there was a key involved. You didn't mention anything about the key? Mr. Holmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. Dude, it's not over yet. It really is a shame about Mr. Holmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh, dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. It's the thing inside the chest, no? Let's put our observational skills to work one final time then. Is it not the chest? Papers? The dirty papers? Papers? Is there anything else? I would click on the papers on the floor actually. Let's look at these. Oh, is it not these? Oh, it's not. Maybe the goal was the knapsack. Is it not the chest? If it's not the coffee cup, it's everything except the coffee cup. This turning thing is weird. Oh! Oh, darn it. There it was. It's the case file! Ah, look! There. There seems to be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray? The insignia! It's not although. It's an official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have? You must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document. It's probably the one that was taken away from the forensic office. You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Well, it wasn't him. Oh no. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Goy informed us. Actually, that's a really cool angle. That the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks, yes, I do seem to recall. That some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? Wait, why did she... It's not that she stole it, right? It's that he stole it, right? And she's trying to find it, no? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me. Ah. Wait, so she accidentally stole it? I want to imagine Naruhodo going around Iris, crouching and looking at all angles very closely, with no regard to personal space. If it was any other different, place, it could have been sexual harassment related. Like, looking closely. Although it's a child, so probably not. It's like, In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective, Sherlock Holmes. I'm sorry, Early. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. What? Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it. It was your father's handwriting? I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? He's the one who did the autopsy, right? Which means maybe it was a fake autopsy and he was involved, maybe? Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. But tell us. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Holmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Father! Oh yeah, we all forgot about him. Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Naruhodo. Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Why not your bed? Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. Or her bed, Susato. Unless it's like a small bed or something. So will I. No, I can imagine alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. You wouldn't want Iris' brew to stew. It's been a while since she made her tea. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Holmes was making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on. Man, today is chock full of information. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. Literally. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. I don't think she ever met him, right? You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. She got a degree? Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. She never knew his name. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? You found his name on there. When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? But you need to take it with you. Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. And you knew that was your father then. And you saw the name. When I saw the writing on the report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting. I thought to myself... Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes? Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. Oh, okay. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. You could take your thing and bring it to the lab. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time it would be allowed to even look at it there. Ah, okay. So you decided to steal it. Understandable, I guess. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read, Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. Dude, why didn't Sherlock Holmes just tell her? Why keep it from her? It's her dad. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. She didn't even know her last name? God, he should have definitely told her. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You'd think she'd name it after her father, but okay. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Well, she's a child. Give her some slack. I must apologize, Iris. Yeah, you should. You should have told her about her last name at the very least. This is really all my fault. Really? I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize. I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then let me look after it for you until we get there. Let's look at it. Yes. Let's look at it. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Okay. Autopsy report, coroner John H. Wilson. Name, Clint Van Zeek's male, age 33, nationality British, time of death, 31st May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Sure. Observations. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds, indicative of a duel. There's a duel, okay. Duel is it with a sword? With like a pistol? Why is there a stab wound then? Additional notes. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Red ink on the little and ring fingers. Or maybe because like when you write, your hand goes over the ink, maybe? I don't know. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Wait, it doesn't say what vital evidence is, though. It just says there was vital evidence, but without saying what the vital evidence was. What? It just says no internal trauma noted anywhere inside the body. But okay. For a second, I heard that as naturally British. Darn it. My way of speaking is I need to be more clear. Nationality British. Which is also naturally British. I must go and water my herbs. I think... Water herbs? I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Holmes is here for her, but still. What? What? Oh. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Holmes? Wait, what? What did she find about it that I didn't get? Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes? What? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. Wait. There's nothing that they can notice that I would not be able to notice. Maybe the John H. Wilson is written twice, but it's actually Sherlock Holmes' signature? The fact that there's no vital evidence written on here? Scarlet ink stains visible, but no document found? There was a duel? I don't know what else there is. I don't know what else there is, but okay. That would mean... What on earth's the matter, Mrs. Sato? You've turned as white as a sheet. Is it a forgery? It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Huh? Wait, what? Wait, then who wrote the thing? How did she know? How did Iris know that it was actually her father's then? If that means that's the case, that means he either forged the signature or writing to be like Wilson's, or all the papers written was actually written by Sherlock Holmes and not Wilson. Hmm? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's, huh? Wait, that means all the papers are written by Mikoto Buzz? Professor Mikoto Buzz? Huh? What? Huh? Huh? That Iris was comparing? Huh? What? What? Professor Mikoto Buzz? He did say he was on the thing. So they forged it? What? Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Holmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. What is going on? What is going on? Oh, wrong button. So this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely? Not possible. My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again. Okay, I breathed. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. He did say that there was a bunch of people who saw the autopsy happening, right? It was the autopsy girl, Professor Mikotoba, and Sherlock Holmes, didn't they say? Oh, no, wait, Dr. H. Wilson. Not Sherlock Holmes. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Ah, of course! He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put a signature on the bottom, or on the document. Oh, okay, she was just comparing a signature then, and not the whole document then. Okay. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's is the report. In the report will be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. You would think she would have known that the handwriting is different then, but okay. Because if she compared it, that makes sense. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Okay. What does that mean about how she compared it? Maybe she just compared only the signature, maybe? Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Holmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, written by Iris. And we really have no idea of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Don't tell me it's a lie the whole time. Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? Is he actually the guy that was killed? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. Ah, it was him then. Well, you must know. What if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand? Wait, it was actually Mikotoba? That was actually Wilson? And if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Your partner is Mikotoba. Huh? What? Pray impress me. Your partner would have to be Yuji Mikotoba. Huh? Wait a minute. Someone mentioned this earlier. That he looks just like Watson. As you mentioned earlier, he reminds you of Watson, huh? But so did John H. Wilson, though, to be fair. I think they both had a beard. In other words, Mrs. Sato's father. What? Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say it was true? Allow me to introduce you. He is Watson! But not Watson. To my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Ha! Well, you all lied to me this whole time. Professor Mikotoba. He's awake now. Which is not her father, then. That other guy is still the guy who died, though. I think our father still is the one that died. Does this mean that you were the real Dr. Wilson? Oh, no, my dear. I'm still my old self, Eugene Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. Unless Iris is your daughter from a different mother type of thing. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as the great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still believe the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me. Oh wait, no. Ah, pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Holmes. Ah yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right. So I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Holmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. Their voices, like, matching up, unfortunately. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for a little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years, we had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. A case with which you've become rather familiar yourself, the Professor Killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Holmes' famous partner. And that's why Sherlock Holmes has been consulting with the guy, I guess. Father. Goodness, my dear, what a cunning look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. However, I'm disappointed. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? Why they conceal Kazuma's death from them? You know very well what it is. Well, there's many things. Unresolved matter of Iris' father. Ah, of course. Oh, that too. Of course, I almost forgot about that last one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris' father. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her late father, or written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Holmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Dr. Holmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris' father must be you. Ugh. I know, it's like, wait a minute. One of them is wrong. Upon my word, Mr. Soto. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. Huh? You finally grasped the art of deduction. You're not saying that's true. What? I think he's lying. Sherlock Holmes, I mean. What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care while you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris. Oh, there it is. It's at those ice cold stare. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Which part? Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is now. The eyes go from ice cold to red hot. Just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sherlock Holmes, say something, man. Is it your... Are we half-sisters? Are we actual sisters? That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Holmes, when did he get all dressed up? Wait, what dressed up? He looks exactly the same. Darn it, I can't turn it back. Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Holmes. Where must you go? Yeah, I need to go and knock down my father. Why, my dear madam? Is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Holmes, I must really give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. What? Now explain stuff! You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years, and when I opened that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably passed out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all of this. Father, please, go with Mr. Holmes now. What? I will interrogate you later. I've no doubt that with whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interest unless you had a legitimate daughter. I trust you. Completely. Well, she wasn't trusting earlier, but okay. Susato. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together. It's more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day? I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision. A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose? Whew! This was a long case. Oh man. Wait, really? We have all the clues? Really? Ah. To be continued, right? Wait, end! It says end! You can't see. It says end. What? Wait, we just stopped at the investigation. Yep. This is 3.5 hours. Longer than I expected. Also, I didn't eat lunch yet. Wait, what? Wait. Final. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Wait. Wait, go back. Let me go back. Oh, we're at the final chapter! Oh, wait. I was gonna continue this, but like... This is like part 1 and part 2, because we haven't even did the trial yet. Next time is the final journey. I guess I'll play this after, like in a while, maybe like next month or something then. Finally, but I finished this, and that's all that matters. Next time, final chapter, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I guess. Oh. All good today then. And then I can now play EGM now. Nice. That was long, but it was good. Next time on Lawyer. Very policy. Tracking policy. Yeah, I was like, I thought there'd be a trial, and I thought I was like very in the middle of a case, but I guess not. I'll have to recap next time before I start the next chapter of what happened again. Like, recap last time on Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm just kidding. Ah, it's so hot. A bunch of people message me. I have to respond to them all. Ha ha ha. Okay, wait. Let me just check what. Okay. We are done. Okay. Oh. Until next time. I may or may not supermarket later today on Twitch. Wait, let me check my messages, and that will determine it. Oh man, my friend was like, "Can you get a Shiba? They're so cute." And I'm like, "Wow, random thing to get a pet, but okay." Okay. Maybe I'll supermarket later. Most likely. No one's inviting me to any games, so probably. But yeah. Yeah, I'll update on Twitter if I do anything, like always. Anyway, oh man, that was fun and nice. And I'll play in a month or so from now, or plus, we'll see. Oh, nice 3.5 hours. Anyway, have a good night, good day, and I'll see y'all later. Bye bye.